Hello, this is working great. Day 3 of Breakpoint. And there's like more people in the front row than has been in the front row for the last 2 days at the beginning. So thank you for being here in the front row. It's always awkward to talk to an empty room. So thank you guys so much for attending day 3. We are gonna kick off today's sessions with a bunch of talks about NFTs. We will have one panel, which Jordan Prince here is going to be moderating, about NFTs and how they're being used on Salon, so maybe for gaming, for art, for social media. And then we'll break into the workshops. And so those workshops are also be covering a lot of the NFT stuff that's happening on Salon. And we will also have a workshop by Neon Labs here on this stage as well, sort of being slotted in for the metaverse session, which has been canceled. As always, if you are tweeting about Salon, use the hashtag #SalonBreakpoint. You can come to me if you have questions. I will be back there and here all day. What else? I think that's about it. Day 3, how's everybody feeling? Ooh, yeah, I know, me too, man, me too. All right, so Jordan, I'm gonna let you take it away. If the panelists will come up here as well, that would be lovely. All right, let's do it.
Oh, there he is. Well, this empty room is doing wonders for my stage fright. This is going to be so much easier now with no one in here. It's going to be great. All right, so welcome to this panel on NFTs with some luminaries from the NFT space. I'm going to just introduce in order. So this is Emily Poplawski. Really sorry if I butchered the last name there, but she is the COO of the Metaplex Labs or Metaplex Foundation, or yeah.
Metaplex Studios,
Metaplex
but I like
Studios.
this creative brainstorm of a rebrand that we have going on. It's
so
good
Metaplex
stuff.
Studios. This is Adi. He is the CEO and founder of Applied Blockchain, which is sort of a freelancing company that builds products on chain. And this over here, my man, the myth, the legend. This is Whitey. He is the co-founder of Salon. You might know it if you've ever bought an NFT. And this over here is the CEO, founder, everything, VR All Art, Vito. So he both has founded VR All Art, which is working on advanced protocols for NFT on Solana, and he is the founder of SolSea, another marketplace on Solana. So welcome. Oh, also I'm Jordan, so I work for Solana Labs, and we do a lot of work. You know, I've done a lot of contributions to Metaplex, so that's why I'm up here. All right, let's get started. Okay, so I think it would be good to start sort of looking back at the past, right, before we move forward. So what Solana NFT projects, what Solana NFT projects are there that we could learn the most from? Like, I'm thinking, you know, things didn't go as well, or someone tried something new, and we sort of learned a new thing about how people behave in the NFT ecosystem from it.
Yeah, so first of all, shout out to Jordan and Bartos. You guys kind of started the whole Metaplex thing, so I want to take this moment and tell you guys, I think of you guys as my meta dads. It's hard.
Yeah.
But yeah, so NFTs, they're forms of digital ownership, but the trend that we're seeing goes beyond that now. It's like, here's my NFT, and this is a demarcation of who I am, what communities I belong into. So really what we're aping into is a digital identity that we ourselves control. And I think that's really important to maintain that spirit. I have pulled up on my phone, and we can look at it later, but Facebook, they trademarked the word meta, and we can hear about their ideas of that digital ownership. So going back and talking very humorously about things that haven't gone right or haven't gone as expected is sort of the features that you worked on, Jordan, with Candy Machine and Fair Launch, where folks are dropping 10,000 NFT profile pictures. And again, these are early experimentations with digital identity, and bots are taking advantage of it. So with Fair Launch, it's gotten a lot better, and it's harder now for bots to swoop up all the NFTs. Still not impossible, but basically humans and bots have the same chance of getting an NFT. So I think in terms of growing this thing to the moon, which we're all here to do today, and reaching the mainstream audiences, It's all going to be about safety and security, and that's the hard work I've signed up to do today.
Awesome. Who's next? Adi? Whitey?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you want to?
No.
Vito.
Looking at me.
I know you got an opinion.
Okay. No, you asked the question like how it all started, right?
Well, yeah,
I mean,
like what NFT projects have taught you interesting lessons, and what are those lessons?
No, I want to tell you a bit about history. We've been involved in the art market and the blockchain industry since 2017, basically. And the hype word in the art market at that time was blockchain, not NFTs, right? And everybody was talking about provenance on chain, like tracking the ownership on chain and things like that. But the art market was not ready. Okay, they were like, but we don't want to track yet. We don't know how to implement this and that. And at that time, NFTs actually, I mean, they did exist, like the CryptoKitties and things, but it was not closely connected to the art market. But I can tell you what happened to us last year and then beginning of this year. So last year when COVID struck, VRL Art is a platform, virtual reality platform for museums, galleries, collectors, and artists. And then everybody needed virtual exhibitions like right now. Like it was like not tomorrow, like do you have something today? And then it moved into the virtual arena, right? The kind of what we will expect to be the metaverses of the future. But then beginning of this year, when the NFT boom happened, basically with sales of CryptoPunks, then the whole art market, all our clients on VRL Art started asking like, hey, can I get an NFT? Like, can I sell the NFT? And then suddenly NFTs became a thing for the art market. So can you imagine, like in 2017, everybody propagating blockchain in the art market, and then only when the real sales of CryptoPunks actually happened is the moment of kind of realization that NFTs could bring something more to the whole world of art than just, like selling JPEGs, but we are still selling JPEGs. So I think that, and also an interesting note on actually what we've been all building in the last couple of months is that when we started all our protocol, one on Solana Hackathon, the second Solana Hackathon, and you started building Metaplex, that was kind of in a similar times. We thought that auctions will be the thing, right?
Yeah,
one-on-ones, one-on-ones, and then we built these auction things, and we were focusing on totally different things.
Yeah, if I had only known, I would have just gone straight for Candy Machine.
Exactly.
Like DG Gens just want to drop it, just 10,000 in a row.
I think that we cannot foresee the future. I mean, we don't know what people will really demand. Like, where will be this hotspot? Where's the party? That's what I was saying to the team a couple of months ago. Like, we're going to go where the big party is, and that's where we're going to dance. So currently, the dance is not in the art market, but I hope that the dance will be there soon.
Yeah, as you said, it seems that NFT market are still big wave. It's always full up or full down. There is no stabilization in it. And I think it's like it's like every cryptocurrency, where once it's really, you have to find a stabilization with new people entering into it, and when, to find also a new utility to it, and being able to propose things and actually make people use NFT and give them use case about it. So, people will actually like, and as you said, there need to be more than JPEGs, because currently, almost all of the art market is based only on this. And I think, for example, a project like Salstead, where you could see all of your NFT in the wallet, where you, with only your house, or only NFT, you could actually see all the NFT of that person. And I think that's things like that implement other NFT into NFT, and function like that, and utility. And this is, the things that I think will bring more people into it and use it more.
So on that note, that kind of brings us. Oh, yes.
I was going to say I've got maybe a slightly different angle to it. So we're relatively new to Solana. I guess Applied Blockchain, we've been around since 2015. So we were building initially on Ethereum, and we built a lot on Algorand, and now we're coming into the Solana ecosystem. And we build bespoke solutions, right? So we've been building NFT platforms we've been fortunate enough to work with some really big artists, some of the biggest in the world, in the UK, in the physical space and in the digital space. So we've been building platforms where people need, I guess, more than what they would get from a standard platform, because they're doing some kind of special issuance, and there's some special things that go around that. That's really what we specialize in. So it's great to see in the Solana space that you've got some real core platforms, and you've got some platforms that are really able to service a lot of people and a lot of needs. But I guess you're always going to get the special projects that want to do things differently, or they want to do things their own way, and that's really where we come in.
So with these artists that you're now talking to, which is kind of like a segue from Vito, people are now taking the system seriously.
Yeah.
I guess, what is the format that is most common? Is it like one-of-one auctions? Are they sort of specialized drops? Like what are we seeing now from bigger brands that are looking to come into the space? Like, because it's not quite the same as a 10K drop, I suspect. So
yeah,
what are we seeing?
We're seeing a mix. We're seeing a lot of experimentation. Right? Just
Yeah.
like what everybody's doing. I think you've got that with some of the bigger or more established names as well. There's one project we've been working on which has got a mix of physical and digital. Right? So there's a load of physical paintings that were created and locked up somewhere, and then there's a bunch of digital NFTs that were sold and are spinning around and generating this whole secondary market and new revenue for the artist. Right? And the digital space, with the high-value artists, we see really more sort of small drops, single drops, and kind of a bit more careful activity, I guess.
Awesome.
But we're going to see fractionalization. We're going to see a lot more things, right, from all these guys.
Yeah. Actually, speaking of which, I saw the first ever fractionalization yesterday from the Fract crew. So it's now fractionalization with a K. Highly invite you all to check it out on Twitter. It's fantastic. But yeah, I guess in that vein of sort of new ideas, you are all very knowledgeable in the space. What do you think needs to be built next? Like, what is sort of the next wave of NFTs, and what tools need to be built to enable them?
Yeah, so I actually have plotted out the growth of daily mints for the Solana ecosystem, and also the growth of the Ethereum. And what's accelerated the Solana ecosystem is a couple of different virtues. The first is this idea of digital identity and the projects associated with that. We saw with Degen Apes, that was a huge spike in terms of our growth. And then actually with Candy Machine, that spiked it as well. And then it's the question of now people have these NFTs, what are they doing? So in most recent months, whenever there's a launch of a new marketplace, or for example, FTX's marketplace was huge. Phantom having NFTs available in their wallet was huge. We saw additional growth spikes. So the idea that I have these NFTs really leads to the question of, okay, what can I do with them? And I think what's always going to be on the forefront is gaming, right? So gaming is going to figure out the utility of these NFTs and also the new economies built upon these NFTs. Because again, right, when you think of NFTs, the web in Web3 is read, write, own, and NFT is a huge part of that ownership layer. So I almost want to suggest today that we need another Solana conference, one just focused around gaming. Now, as it relates to getting into the real world and other applications, not to say gaming are not the real world to me some days, but I really think it's going to come from third world countries or developing nations, because they really need this more than anyone else. Like in the United States where I'm from, we have the ultimate smart contract already, which is if I don't agree with someone, I go into the court of the law and I sue their ass. But in developing nations, there is no recourse. And hearing stories of people in Venezuela or all these places that are getting Solana wallets, evangelizing them in their community, and it's fighting inflation is just amazing to hear. So the last thing I'll say is just one really powerful idea. Us in the developing world, I know there's a lot of people from Europe here today. We can take out loans, we can take out interest against our house. And one person from my team earlier this week was saying that in the developing world, you can't. So everyone knows that this is your house, but the government doesn't recognize it. So if that developing world was able to say, here's my house, it's an NFT, and we recognize it, then they could take out loans, start a business, and really grow their economies. So that's what gets me really excited. And I think we in the Solana ecosystem, as much as we are good at technology, we have to also be good at marketing and explaining people different ideas and use cases like that that apply to their lives.
I was going to add to that. I think that one of the next big steps in Solana, but also in the rest of the space, is the user experience. And with some of the drops we've been involved in, obviously we see a lot of activity from the crypto community, but we also got a lot of people drawn in from outside. And I can say that just dealing with family and friends and all the rest of it, I think that the wallets have come a long way and the platforms have come a long way, right, since we've been working on it, and they're much smoother now than they used to be. But for somebody just coming in cold, it's still really hard. I have to get on calls and I have to explain things to people. I have to see their screen, and it's just really hard, right? There's still a lot of friction there.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that's the thing we need to conquer.
Personally, I think that the next big step in NFT will be to adding more liquidity to it. Because currently, basically, you can enter the market pretty easily, like you just buy one at the floor. But when you want to sell, if you want to sell fast, the only way that you have is having a bid already that you want to sell at that price, or selling below the floor and actually even have to wait for someone to buy your NFT. So I think that a huge step will be to add liquidity so people could exit more easily, and yeah, it will maybe hold the floor way more, and the price will be much appreciated thanks to this. So this is something that we'd like to work on it and add it to our marketplace. Yeah.
Let me tell you what you just said, to reference what you just said. When you said one word, recognize, like the NFT real estate to be recognized and then treated as real estate. This word recognize will take 10 to 20 years, at least, because governments need to understand, they need to apply, they need to change their systems, complete systems, in order for us to be able to recognize, something from the real world as an official, let's say, documentation or a standard in the digital world. So this transformation will take years, and we need to fight for it. They will not do it. So we need to get, people organized. We need to get, lobbying. We need to get people inside of the government institutions, literally inside us, to get these things first explained, user experiences, for, like old people that are working, like every day, maybe on their computers, just maybe, to get the NFTs where they belong to. That's the first thing. The second thing that when you said, like, what should we build next? I can tell you what we are building next together with you. Is standards for NFTs in different verticals. Because what is currently traded is like JPEGs with just the core metadata features. And what we are in all our protocol doing is, I think we are first in the world to put the license agreement attached to the NFT. So that when an NFT travels from hand to hand, actually there is a license attached to it, which means that the buyer and the seller, they know what they're getting, like what are the rights that they can use this for. Maybe in gaming that will not be important, but in some other areas it will be very important. And on top of that, we have like different verticals that are coming into the NFTs. They don't have the infrastructure needed to actually convert to NFTs, like music licenses that, like they treat NFTs differently than gaming or than, for example, film. So if we want to get, movie producers to come in and use NFTs as a funding mechanism, we need to build them the proper tools to do that. And of course, the standards to do that. So on topic of that, Jordan and the team here, we're planning some huge things. But I want to add one more thing on gaming, because as you said, gaming is big. We are a proudly developed first Unity Solana wallet, I think, on Solana. And today, after this panel, I think at 12 o'clock, our colleague Vuk will guide you through how to implement Unity Solana wallet. But what is also interesting is that we now have NFTs implemented in Unity Solana wallet. So you will see that on stage here, how the game can interact with the NFTs directly in Unity. So I invite everybody to that.
Yeah, it'd be quite cool. Yeah, I guess on that front, I mean, so licensing is kind of an interesting thing to talk about here, right? Like, so right now on Metaplex and really NFTs generally, we just kind of implicitly assume like if you're holding the token, you kind of have either the rights to display it or you own the thing entirely. It's always implicit. There's no explicit, nothing's written down yet. So what do we start to do to start, I guess, to make these things more opinionated about what you could do with them, and also how do we enforce it?
I think maybe you floated that conversation to me, but it was actually better answered by you guys in the Hacker House the other day on the brainstorm of how to extend the metadata standard. So as we understand the use cases and what people want to do with the NFTs, that is coming back to the metadata standard and really imagining it from the ground up and making it better. I know it's also kind of an uncomfortable word, but immutable are NFTs that can change, that have an application layer. I think the internet has always been read-write, and that's been really fun with some of the utilities. So we're going to see more of that for sure. But yeah, I'd love for you guys to share the metadata standard and what you guys were talking about yesterday.
Yeah. So I guess we'll just briefly go over it. So basically, the way that the Metaplex system is set up is that the metadata standard is meant to be extended, and it's extended through the concept of program-derived addresses. You use the mint ID as the seed of your program address, and that is essentially what makes a metadata. But any additional accounts, you can still use the mint ID as a seed, and you can either use a different program or a different string in the seed to sort of create a different address that is derived from the main program address. And this concept allows you to essentially decorate a mint with additional information. That's all metadata is it's decoration, and that's like like layers of an onion. So we built the first layer of the onion, and the idea is with VRL art, because they are sort of specialists in museum curation, art, music, because they understand the licensing needs, because Vito's just he's everywhere. Basically focusing on building different smart contracts that add different decoration for each major vertical. So every vertical has the same metadata at its core, same name, same symbol, same URI, but additional information is included in the vertical contracts that help them actually be useful in the real world. And so I'm excited to see Vito and other companies like his sort of pursue that, because that's how the standard grows. It's just extensions on top of extensions. You have onion layers.
And it will make us different than Ethereum, for example. It will make the whole Solana ecosystem work better than, like what's happening on Ethereum.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen what you're doing there, but if it's something that can be understood by a contract, by a smart contract, for example, and can be kind of decoded and verified on chain, then that would sound okay. If it's off-chain legal terms, that's quite tough, right? Because that takes out some of the fluidity and some of the liquidity even. Because what if I don't agree with some of those terms? I'm not going to purchase that now. We're going to negotiate the terms.
Well,
so that there's friction there.
Yeah, that's how now we get into enforcement. Like,
right.
And this is kind of an interesting question.
And user interfaces.
Yeah,
because the first version, I'll tell you, like the first version that we built, you go and then you select different license rights, and then they're embedded on chain, right? But the process of selecting these rights is like you need a lawyer, basically.
Yeah, and I remember that demo.
Yeah, you remember.
I was like, what the heck is going on? Yeah.
And I was thinking when you were saying earlier about like what is does it give me the right to the JPEG and so on? I was thinking about our web address, right? So we've got applyblockchain.com. Now that doesn't give me any legal rights on the company, right? It doesn't even say necessarily that whoever's residing at applyblockchain.com represents the applyblockchain company, right?
Yeah, you could be squatting.
But it's a digital signal that does actually give me something, because we happen to have there's another company in the US that's trying to go around with the same name, and we've got the .com. So I think with the NFT, you've got something there that kind of gives you a digital handle on something, right? Which is meaningful in its own right.
And it kind of needs, and I agree, it needs to all be on chain. And then also, it brings up the interesting idea of so it's on chain. You can still right click and save as, and obviously for a mortgage or a house deed that doesn't count, but for art, I've sort of been interested because people always ask me hey, this royalties thing that you've built, how does it enforce? Like, it's really not. It's completely optional. But the secondaries choose to enforce it, and so sort of a question going forward. I think I'd be interested to hear your opinions on this. Like, do we seek to enforce more things like that, enforce the royalties at deeper levels, or do we kind of let it be based on, I don't know, a social contract, essentially, is what's going on now? Like, to what extent are we laissez-faire here?
I think for the next growth spurt, we're going to have to get more audiences. We talked about UX, we talked about wallets, but I want to know, for like a lot of artists entering the space, they need verification and they need these tools because it's their business. So I would argue it should be enforced, and that would get more of like the general population involved.
I can tell you war stories about verification.
He's got stories. Adi, what do you think?
Yeah.
What? Sorry, I lost the thread.
Oh, yeah. So sort of like, do we enforce things like royalties, license rights?
Yeah.
And if so, how?
Right, so we get a lot of people coming to us asking, as I'm sure you all do, right, wanting to issue NFTs and artists and so on. There's a lot of assumptions people make that we then have to kind of give them the reality as we understand it. And one of them is the artists just assume that with the NFTs, they're automatically getting royalties for the lifetime of the NFT. And as you said, that's not the case. In most cases, it's optional. But I'm not sure it has to be optional. Right? I mean, I think it can be enforced.
Yeah.
And I think because the demand is there from the artists, then I think that probably is the way forward, because that's part of the attraction for them of the platform.
What do you think, Whitey?
Well, I think that, the artist should ask for it, and actually the platform could, do what the artist want to do, actually. So, because, in blockchain and Web3, for example, where the community has the decision, and so we could, just listen to what people want to do, actually, and people who are listed on the marketplace decide for themselves, basically, what they want. Our goal is to provide tools for them and function, and and all this kind of stuff, and so they just decide to use it or not. And some collection has to disable their royalties, and I think it's just about what the creators want, exactly.
I was going to add that I think one of the real fundamental attractions of the NFT is the liquidity, right? You can move around between marketplaces.
Yes.
Right? That's fundamental, that you're not stuck in one place, right? So I think the rules need to go with it. I think that's part of it. And I think one of the technical reasons why we haven't done it up to now in most projects is because you might be moving things to your own wallet, right? And then what do? You do a price zero, or you do, how does, you don't want royalties to kick in when you're just, doing things yourself.
Yeah.
Between your own wallets.
Yeah, totally agree. It is. If you enforce it, it does.
Yeah.
Produce
But I think that's solvable.
Challenges.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think, Vito?
Difficult questions.
Yeah.
So, first, verification. Okay, so let's talk briefly about verification. So, what is verification? Like, do we say this thing is verified because it was minted from a certain source, or this thing is verified because the creator is verified because his creations are verified? Okay, so what we got on Solsea, I mean, it's hundreds of cases, not hundreds, maybe thousands. One example, people call us, hey, verify my collection, they jump on Twitter, they jump on Discord, they yell, like, why not my collection is verified? And then, you ask them, okay, provide us the proof that you are the author, right? Send us the files, show us how you do it. No. And they send you a ticket, like the receipt from Shutterstock, that they bought the art and that they changed the background. And we're like, but this is not your art. And they say like, why? I bought it like for $40, but you don't own the commercial rights to exploit it, commercially. Really? So they don't know. And this is just one case. And the problem here is, you have these people that think that they can go and just literally copy paste things and then resell them. And yes, they come from a legitimate mint, but should they be verified? And now we're talking about thousands. Soon we will be talking about hundreds of thousands of kids, of new people that are coming into the space. They don't know these rules. And we are enforcing these rules. How? By manpower, like talking to them, sending files digitally. That can only be also be faked. So it's kind of a big problem for the whole space, is like what verification really means. And what do we enforce when we say this is verified or not verified? And now there's another example, and Jordan and I very well know this example, rogue sharks. Okay,
Yes.
so what happened? I'll tell you a story what happened with rogue sharks. So
You have 40 seconds, apparently.
okay.
Yeah.
So
Speed run.
Yes.
Yeah.
So rogue sharks minted sharks, right? But on their site, they said they gave away all the intellectual property for the sharks.
100%. Gave it all away.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then people came to SolSea because we are the only open marketplace on Solana still. They minted fakes, what we call fakes. And then someone from Rogue Shark community started, hey, they're selling fakes. But in the end of the game, I mean, we cannot know whether this is a real fake, I mean, a save as fake, or someone actually bought the shark, has all the rights, and minted hundreds of copies of this shark, because he can do that, because sharks gave away their intellectual property in their, not even a contract, but on the website.
FAQ, yeah.
Yes. So there's a big, situation where we need to know what we are giving to the community and what we want back, and so forth. So zero.
That was, I think, an excellent way to end it. With this, we're ending the panel. Thank you all for coming up. This was a fantastic discussion, I thought. So, round of applause.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. Jordan, you can stay up here since you're the next. So I've gotten really into Ethereum NFTs over the last several months. Have not done Solana NFTs because Solana Labs has been keeping us busy. I work with Amplified Event Strategy, and we helped program and organize this conference. So anyway, that is to say, somebody come and pitch me a Solana NFT because I want to get into the Solana NFT market. So I'll just be back there. Up next, we have Jordan Prince. Thanks so much for that great panel. And he's going to be talking about Metaplex and you. All right, take it away.
This thing? There we go. Hey, nice mango cap. Appreciate. I got one of those for 18 bucks. Never selling it. So yeah, I mean, for those of you who've been sitting here for the past 20 minutes, I think you know who I am. So this here, by the way, in this presentation, I basically have used almost all of the NFTs that I own to make this fun and interesting, and we're just going to go on a sort of a little, I don't know, vision quest through some fun war stories that Bartosz and I have. Then we're going to visit the tools that Metaplex currently has, and then we're going to talk about the tools that Metaplex will later have. This here is the first NFT ever minted on Solana, according to the Metaplex standard. It's us standing in front of our former employer, thanking God for pit vipers and crypto. So this is going to be fun. And this doesn't work. Oh, it does work. All right, so origin story for Metaplex is it was a bit rough and tumble. I want to give a shout out to the OG crew. These were the people, Steven, Bartosz, Austin, and Akil. We were in the trenches back in, I don't know, May, April, building this stuff. Metaplex, very few know this, but like the original sort of Metaplex contracts, a token metadata contract, it was built in 2 weeks. And I actually built it in my second 2 weeks at Solana. All the Metaplex contracts are the first contracts I've ever deployed to mainnet. And we had to do it in like a 6-week period. So with Solana, we were originally focusing on Defy. Because it's fast, it's great, it's very easy to do. But at the beginning of the year, NFTs didn't look like the strongest play, but we quickly realized that they were. And so Raj and Toli realized we need an NFT platform. And so Bartosz and I were given 6 weeks to build this. We had to have it launched by Bitcoin Miami. It was a fun 6 weeks. Come on. I feel like this thing doesn't work. Oh, it does work. It's just very slow. So after we got through Bitcoin Miami, and I think I deployed like 3 auction websites at 3 a.m. in Bitcoin Miami, things started like moving along, right? Like, we had a few hundred NFTs here, a few hundred NFTs there, but people were mostly just creating NFTs on like one-of-ones on Metaplex. The idea of a mega drop had not happened yet. There was the Salon monkey business. They used a wallet where they would accept funds and you had to just trust them to send you an NFT later. Turned out to be a great investment. And there were the Solarians who had built their own off-chain minting contract at that point, but nothing serious yet. The first serious 10K drop post Metaplex were these apes. And I first saw them, they first appeared randomly on my Twitter feed, and I thought, oh, these guys look funky. And then I found it was a Solana NFT project, and I kept hearing from people that these were going to be like, a huge deal, and they had like the first real ironclad minting solution. And so I was quite excited for this, but I completely forgot about the mint. And so one day, it was a Friday, at 11 p.m., I got a call from Raj, and so did Bartosz, and we had just finished a 16-hour day, and he was like, yeah, these guys, they tried to mint, they minted like 800 of these things, half of them are blank, and they basically shut down and are preparing to just fold up, and you have to fix this problem. And so, yeah, we airdropped in. And this was sort of the beginning of something new, and this is taking way too long to switch. I don't know what to... Hold on. Can I just use the keyboard? Yeah, let's use the keyboard. All right. Anyway, so with the airdrop, we basically discovered that the ironclad minting solution was not ironclad. It was not safe. It produced a lot of duplicates. Okay, I got a new one. And it just didn't work. So what Bartosz and I did was we literally knocked over every piece of code. It was midnight at this point. We deleted everything. And just kept the website because the website's awesome. Monolith designed a great website. And we built an entirely new thing. And this is not working again. So what we built for the degenerate apes was the first candy machine. We didn't know it at the time, but we had to figure out in 12 hours how to save a drop without ever having done anything like this before. I mean, I had minted, tens of NFTs. The idea of minting 10,000 was crazy. So the first candy machine wasn't even called a candy machine. We were just trying to get this thing going. What we actually did was we used a bunch of GCP stuff. We used a minting Lambda function, which I think they call it a cloud function, hooked up to a Redis. And so the Redis, you would pay in Sol and produce a receipt transaction, and then you would send that receipt transaction up to the Google Cloud function, and it would be stored in the Redis with a state, whether or not it had minted, whether or not it's been seen before. And we would also, at that time, assign you a number, like a number in the 10,000 in index. And we basically were relying entirely on Redis's INCR function, the increase function. It's a guaranteed atomic increment. You know that if you call it, you're going to get the next one in the list, and no one else will get that. Redis is awesome for that. And so it was kind of like a writable account in Solana, in that if you put a writable account in your action, every command that's using that is going to be using it serially, and you just don't know what order you're going to get it run in, but you know it'll be run, in some unique way. So that's what we did, and then we obviously stored the DAA key that signed all these things, these apes, on their online storage solution, and so we would just mint these things and sign them on the fly and send them down to people. And this is very similar to how Candy Machine works. We even stored a CSV essentially on the cloud storage that had the URLs, the names, the images, everything, which is what you do today when you make a Candy Machine. This was the very first version, and people were actually asking me for it after we built it, but I was too afraid to give it to them because it was so hacky. But we sold out in 8 seconds, and at one point we had 1,000 Google Cloud instances running, which was insane. So whenever you're wondering, well, how much does Solana really scale? And the answer is it scales a lot, because it took 1,000 of these things to actually handle the stress, and Solana just handles it every day. So pretty impressive. So the moral of the story here, and the reason I bring it up, is that even decentralized networks need heroes, right? You need to have people that deeply care and know where to deploy resources strategically, because it's not about the battles you win, it's about choosing which battles you lose. And the hero of this story is actually Raj, because he had really no reason to save these guys. They're just an NFT drop, but he realized that people were in doubt about whether or not Solana could be a viable NFT chain. But after that day, they were never in doubt again. And so I think he made the absolute right decision, and I think it changed the future of Solana. So I think that's important going forward to think about. You have a decentralized network, but you should still have people that make important decisions at the right time, because we just do not have enough resources to be everywhere. So next story up, Salamas. Some of you might know these guys. 24 hours after we saved the apes, these guys get wise and they think, oh, animals are doing all right, let's drop some more animals. And they, to their credit, they managed to actually drop 10,000 llamas, but they only dropped them to 24% of the people that bought them. So it was hilarious, because in the Discord, these people, there was like suddenly, like we had created like Ayn Rand's nightmare. You had all these haves and all these have-nots. And so 25% of the people were just saying, you know what, you just buy them on the secondary. This was a fair mint. It's totally fine. And they had like 4 times the llamas, and they were all legendary, and it was great. They were loving it. The other 75% were losing their minds. It was great. So we were called in to deal with this. And I hadn't really slept yet, and neither had Bartosz, and we were a little angrier than we were before. And I hadn't mentioned this earlier, but the DGen apes, I told them at the time, I was like, these 800, you need to murder them. You need to get rid of those NFTs. If you don't, it will create a force stronger than you can ever imagine. More on that later. They didn't want to do it, but the llamas had to do it, because there weren't 800 llamas. There were literally 10,000 llamas that the 25% who held refused to give up. The good news is we still had update authority on those llamas. So I convinced the team to build me this gravestone, which you see here. And it was amazing. Now, I had the option, Bartosz and I, we really had the option to just roll this out all at once and just update everyone's NFTs, but we felt that those people that had all those NFTs who weren't even willing to share, I felt like they deserved a lesson. So what we did was we actually built a slow loop. We built a little script that would slowly convert the NFTs over 3 or 4 hours. Not fast, slowly. And then we instructed the devs of Salamas, like, don't say a word. Just go dark. We're going to make this look like a rug. And so, like, at first, there was like 1 or 2 people in the Discord chat, and they were like, what happened to my llama? Is something broken? And everyone else screamed them down. They were like, it's FUD. It's FUD. This is impossible. NFTs are immutable, even though immutability is not part of the word non-fungible token. I guess people don't know what fungible means. And so, like, at 10%, people started using NFTIs. That was like the first time you started seeing it pop up. And they were like, oh my God, something's happening to my llamas. And other people started getting scared. Like, it was like psychology, right? By 30%, we actually had the Protestant Reformation happen. There was a flowering of religions as people tried to figure out, like, what is the reason that some llamas are dying and some aren't? And some of them thought, well, like, hey, if we move it to a ledger, they can't get us. Yeah, I'm not even kidding. Yeah, and some others thought, like maybe it's just the llamas we weren't supposed to fairly get. Maybe if we just keep the fair llamas, it'll be fine. And then people hadn't realized this yet, but with every 25th llama, we dropped this shotgun shell, and you can't see the guy, Tuco, but that was Bartosz's brilliant idea. We dropped this. It was this character from this movie, Tuco, the good, the bad, the ugly. He's this ugly barbarian, and he has this saying in the movie. He says, when you have to shoot, shoot, don't talk. And we put that into the description of this Tuco, and we gave it to 1 out of every 25 people. So it took a while for them to realize. About 50% of the way in, someone realized that these Tucos were showing up in their wallet sometimes. And a death cult formed. There was a group of people that worshipped the Tuco during this few hours period, and they believed accidentally correctly that if you grouped the llamas in single wallets, they would die faster, and it was their mission to do that to speed up the second coming of the llamas. I'm not even kidding. It was amazing. Yeah, and so by 80%, people realized everyone's going to die, just embrace it, and by 100%, they were the most livid group of people on the planet. It was great. I call it performance art. They maybe don't. Certainly the 75% that had nothing thought it was hilarious. So it was great. So next up, I want to talk about Aurora. So at the point that we did Aurora, we've moved ahead a few weeks, and Solana Labs was like, came to us like, hey, Jordan Bartosh, you've done great on this Metaplex thing. Let's start working on some other things. And so we started doing that, but you guys kept on screwing up your mints. We had this idea that if we just build the protocol, eventually someone would build, essentially a candy machine, but it just wasn't happening, and people kept getting rugged, and there wasn't really a unified way to do it. And so, a few weeks later, Bartosh and I decided to take an unsolicited vacation. We went on vacation for 1 week and built the candy machine from scratch. We did not think it was going to get this big, but apparently it's useful. Anyway, Aurora was the first team to use it. They agreed to use it because they were launching at the end of that week, and they could not figure out how to handle it because they knew they were going to be the largest launch since Degenerate Apes. At one point in time, there were 300,000 simultaneous requests to mint on that, and they sort of knew it was coming because their art's so original and they're really cool guys. And so it was just sort of serendipitous that we were working on this when they needed it, and we got in touch with them and we were like, hey guys, I got this contract completely unaudited. I wrote it 4 days ago. It was really late. I think it'll go okay. They did say yes. It went really well for a lot of people. A lot of people got one sol mints very fast, guaranteed no duplicates. It was a fantastic experience for most people. Unfortunately, I was off by 4 in the price. The JavaScript client had a little bit of a bug in it. Yeah, that was a fun feeling. But yeah, they were the first, and they unleashed a wave of NFTs that has just washed over us, and that was because of Aurora being willing to try the candy machine. And after that, the rest is history. So now we are facing a bot scourge. Candy machines are everywhere, everyone's using them, but the bots are also using them. And so we get to this where we're sort of currently are, which is the fair launch. The first real fair launch was Lit Jesus. And for those of you who don't know, fair launch is essentially a bidding system where in phase 1, everyone bids the price they think they're gonna, they should pay. In phase 2, you lock in that price. The median of all the bids becomes the price, and people can stay in or back out. It's actually, I was inspired to build it after using Mango, because they have a very similar system, and I thought it was really cool. And then at the end of the phase 2, if there's more people that have bids at or above the median, you have a lottery, and it's currently off chain because VRFs are hard. So I designed this to sort of lessen the impact of bots, because with this you can have a non-refundable fee, which can turn your lottery into a negative EV event for bots if they don't truly believe in your brand. And also, if you spam as a bot, 500 bids or whatever, you're guaranteed to lose most of them, right? The idea is the more you spam, the less you get, and all the bots now are in this horrible situation where they have to sort of collude with one another to spread out the bids so that they have a smaller percentage and have a better chance of winning, and that is done through the fees. It's unfortunate, people don't like fees, but what has been done with fair launch is you just give them all away to charity. So I think if you can afford to pay $600 for a picture of a shark, you can afford to pay $30 to a charity. That's just me personally speaking. And so, yeah, I think it's been okay. The future of the fair launch protocol, by the way, is we've had some issues with people sort of getting information too early. Like they come to this site in phase 1 and they can kind of see what the median bid is already, and I feel like that biases them towards the median. And so some of the things we're going to do is we're probably going to switch the slider to an input so that you don't really have information on what the upper and lower bounds are. And we're going to add CAPTCHA support, pre-sale support, and we're going to hide median information. So pre-sale has been a #1 thing people have asked for. They really want to be able to just purchase a whitelisted token for certain people at a fixed price, and we don't really support that right now. CAPTCHA is an obvious one. I think overall it'll make it a lot better of an experience. Because one of the things that has been alarming or surprising to me is that NFT companies don't want to use price discovery. We give them this ability to do price discovery, but they don't want to do it because they think that if they have a narrow range, they won't be seen as greedy, and if they have a wide range, they'll be seen as greedy. But what actually happens is that when they have a narrow range, their median immediately maxes out because the market really knows that the floor price of these NFTs is significantly higher. So there's still an arbitrage opportunity at the top of the median. And what it looks like then is like you gave 2 prices to people, 3 SOL and 4 SOL, and you got 4 SOL. You look greedy. The real way to make this work is you capture the entire bell curve. A wide enough range gives you a bunch of buckets that give you a bell curve, and you will have a median that is not at the edge, and you will not look greedy. People just have to get over this fact that like they see 10 SOL on one side and 0.1 on the other, and I think the input's going to help that. All right, now we're going to move on to new stuff. So a contributor recently merged this. We now have multi-SPL support in the original Metaplex repository. So if you're using Metaplex to run your store, you can now run them with literally any token you want out of the box, which is just amazing, and it already exists, and I highly recommend you pull it and try it. You know, I'm really looking for some Cope websites coming up soon. The next thing is Auction House. I think this is sort of an underground big deal. This is a contract that was built really for secondary markets. So I don't think there's going to be many users of it. You know, there'll probably be 10 to 15, but I think they'll make up a large portion of the market. Auction House lets you have no more escrows for your NFTs. So you're not sending your NFTs to some wallet. You're not giving the NFT to a secondary and just hoping that they don't have a glitch and rug you. You keep it in your wallet at all times. You're eligible for all airdrops. And it's done through this brilliant idea that Anatoly had, which is just set the delegate to have encoded information about the price and the other parts of the sale. And the other cool thing is that as a bidder, you can make an offer on an NFT that isn't even for sale. This contract also enforces royalties at the contract level, so no more doing it via JavaScript after the fact, on top of your weird contract. And it allows auction houses to collect a cut on top. And I predict that as auction houses pop up, people will build sort of like a kayak for auction houses where you can try to place your NFT for sale on multiple auction houses and see which one manages to produce the lead that gives you this sale. So it's an exciting place. The next thing I want to talk about is Gumdrop, and this is actually a live demo. So Gumdrop is a Merkle airdrop. We forked it from Sabre Labs. They built this amazing Merkle airdrop solution that works off of a Merkle root. So you actually have to have a minting website that has all the information on it. And then the Merkle root's the only thing that's stored on chain, and you just build the proof when you land. But unlike their solution, we have sort of added to it. You can now use SMS, email, and wallets. You can distribute a participation NFT to people via these 3 mediums. You can distribute candy machine access to these people. So each of the invites produces a candy machine mint. And finally, you can obviously do normal SPL tokens because we forked it from Sabre and they did an amazing job. So I want to show you how to get an NFT with it, and I'm going to see if I can escape here. And let's see, I need to move my mouse. Here we go. So I have this email from Santa, and I've received 1 limited edition print, and I'm going to click to claim it. And so this is a mixture of on-chain contracts and off-chain, AWS, SNS, all the good stuff. So as you can see here, it sort of fills out a form with all of your information. It's constructing the proof. There you go. And then you hit claim airdrop. And by the way, anyone who filled out the Bitly form that I had posted on the whiteboard in the Hacker House also will be getting an email just like this. And they will also get this, the ability to claim this special NFT, which I will now show you. This is my public wallet here. I think, yep. You guys get a brief shot of my active NFT collection. There's the Budge Loot. Some of you might have one of these. There's a diamond skateboard. I became a whale on these. I really liked them. Let's see, where are you? I have so many things in here. Sorry, internet's not great here, but just bear with me. I also have some llama graves. I'm sentimental like that. A lot of llama graves, actually. Come on, where are you? Well, there's that guy. I wish Phantom did not load, so here it is, Gumdrop. So this is the Hacker House Gumdrop NFT. Anyone that filled out that form will get an email. They will be able to use this live. This was done on mainnet. That's why it took a little while to load Phantom, because demos never go the way you expect. But if you were in the Hacker House yesterday and you filled out this Bitly form, you get a special POAP for showing up. And it was done entirely via email, which I think is kind of a new application, right? And soon we're going to have SMS as well, because with the new Phantom mobile app, Slope, and Soulflare, I think the mobile game is just beginning. So I highly recommend you to check that code out. It was extended from Saber's original implementation by Larry Wu, a very talented engineer that works for us at Salon Labs. And yeah, I'm a big fan of him personally. Now I need to switch back to the slide presentation. Come on. 1 second. Okay. I'm not sure how to actually start this again because I cannot see. There we go. All right, so that's Gumdrop. Moving on to the future, and we're closing up here. So one of the next things that's going to be built by Austin Adams, who's a really talented engineer at Metaplex, is this fan-out wallet concept. So a lot of people have complained to me about there only being 5 creators on Metaplex, so you can only have up to 5 royalty recipients. People also want to distribute funds from drops. So Candy Machine and FLP, you're kind of stuck with a single wallet for the initial drop proceeds. People want a nice, easy way to just distribute funds and not have to worry about the number of people. And the way we're going to do that is through the fan-out wallet. The fan-out wallet is a contract that allows you to create an owned wallet and then distribute token ownership of that wallet. So you could make 100 tokens and give them to people. And then each of those people earn a share of that wallet's proceeds. So if I have 17 tokens out of 100, I get 17%. And there will be fun rules around like who has authority to mint the tokens. You can configure that. It could be by a quorum. It could be by a supermajority of token holders or just the authority on the wallet. But the point is, you get one wallet. You stick it in a treasury on a Candy Machine, or you stick it in the royalties array of the metadata. And that one wallet can have, you could have 1 billion tokens underneath of it. And it's sort of like a corporation. It receives revenue from sales, and then it distributes proceeds to shareholders. And it can be done entirely permissionlessly via a crank, because it's using associated token accounts. So it's a very exciting thing. I think it has applications far beyond just NFTs, but Metaplex is building it because it is a use case we need to solve. The next thing that I want to talk about is the Token Entangler. So those 800 apes that I mentioned that got minted, well, they lived, and I made friends with them. They're very cool. I apologize for trying to kill them earlier. And we brokered a piece. They're no longer part of the degenerate ape universe, but they have the opportunity now to fix their NFTs. The problem is, even though they can produce this wonderful variant art, they can't actually update a lot of their NFTs because they don't have the right update authority. They were botched, right? And there are a lot of NFT groups like this, the beautiful communities that came into existence and the creators rugged, or some bad tech thing happened, and they just, they're sort of like lost, right? Like, what do? You can't burn the original token and give them a new one. No one wants to go for that. So what we've built is the Token Entangler, and this exists today. It's on mainnet. And what it allows you to do is to entangle 2 tokens together. So you can take an entire collection as a DAO, right? And you can create, let's say with the apes, which is what they're going to do, 717 entanglements. And you entangle all of the original ape tokens with these beautiful new ones that have new royalties, a new update authority, and a new image. And then people can take the old token, and if they want to, they can exchange it for the new one. And at any point in time, they can see in their Phantom wallet that this token is an entangled token with another token. And they can get it back at any point in time. So it really has the same value as the original token plus more, because you can get the original token back whenever you want, but now it's got new metadata and you're supporting the DAO that took over, presumably your community, from something bad happening. You can also entangle one token with many other tokens. So if you're looking to do costumes or Halloween outfits for your NFTs, you don't have to use update metadata anymore to make it happen, which is kind of terrifying to do. You can just make like a spooky ghost costume entangled with every single mint and then flip them, and then also have one for a jack-o'-lantern or whatever. So I think there's a lot of possibilities with this, and it's a very simple program to use. The next thing I want to talk about, Nft Packs. For those of you that were keeping track of Street Dreams, they are the first NFT outfit to use our Nft Packs contract. And what this allows is booster cards, essentially. So if anyone was like me and collected Pokemon cards as a kid, this is that on chain. And it can be randomized or preset. It enables truly collecting. Because right now when you collect, you're very targeted. Oh, I'm running out of time, so I'm going to speed through this. But it allows true collections, and it allows exchanges for N for M NFTs. So you can actually take 3 NFTs. Instead of a single pack NFT, you could have 3 NFTs that you put together to create another NFT. So it's not just for booster packs, it's for transformation from one set of NFTs to another, which enables a lot of cool game mechanics. Finally, I don't think finally, I think this is like second to last slide, collections. I'm so sorry we didn't do it when we were first doing this. We are going to add them. It's going to be great. They're going to be in the standard, and you'll be able to, if you're an NFT owner, to subscribe to a given collection, and then the secondaries will be able to use this as opposed to the creators array as a pivot point for collections. As for what's next, gaming, probably going to be working on something in gaming. Anyway, thank you for listening to my rambling. I hope I didn't go over too much. Yeah.
Jordan, that was awesome. Love that.
Yeah.
I need to get one of the sloths with the bishop hat. I love those. So I will be looking forward to those. Thanks so much.
Yes.
Next up, it's not on the agenda, so surprise. We've got Neon Labs coming up here to talk about the economy for operators. So Andre from Neon Labs, and then Brian, come on up. Let's get started.
The format change?
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Last 2 days, there are our workshops on the second floor, and we today will talk about Neon EVM economics. If you don't know, Neon EVM is an Ethereum virtual machine for Solana. It can execute Ethereum-like transaction on the Solana and stores data on the Solana state. Today with me, Brian. He will tell you about how to configure the proxy for the Neon EVM. Brian?
Hi, everybody. This is kind of fun, actually, because we were supposed to be upstairs doing a technical workshop, and now here we are in front of all of you. Instead of changing the presentation, this is still a technical workshop. It's just a really big one. And a part of a technical workshop is a lot of question and answer. And in this case, it's your job to ask the questions and our job to answer. So if you would, please feel very comfortable, raise your hand, try to get my attention, and feel free to ask questions at any point along the way. So let's see if we have better luck. Jordan, that works great for me. Who am I? We are here to support Neon EVM. We are a Triton One is an RPC services provider. Myself personally, I'm one of the original validators on Solana, back from the dry run days before testnet and before mainnet. I also run validators.app, which is a website about validators. And then one third partner in Triton One, we're an RPC services and infrastructure provider. The bottom bullet here, you can find me on Telegram and on Twitter at Brian Long. And if you do follow me on Telegram, find me afterwards and we'll do an USSI. It's not a selfie because there's more than one person. It's an USSI. So come find me and we'll do that. The technical workshop is really what does it take to become a Neon node operator? And so for anybody who's interested in participating in Neon, earning fees for processing Ethereum transactions. And so there's this concept that you'll have a Neon node, and then you also need an RPC server. And the two of those together kind of form what is required to run a Neon proxy in completion. One thing that you'll want to be aware of if you're thinking about this is the RPC component of this. Don't use a public server. Don't use a shared server. You want something that you have control over. And I kind of in parentheses on the end, I said to avoid rug pulls. You need to think like an attacker, right? That when you're processing an Ethereum transaction on Solana, it gets cut up into several little pieces, and the fees are paid along the way. But at the end is kind of the final big payment, right? So what could happen is if an attacker wanted to pull your rug, what they would do is they would interfere with your RPC server. They would make it kind of impossible for you to complete the task. And then one of the other competing node operators could then swoop in, finish the task for you, and steal your fees. So that's just super important, right? We want to make sure that you've got a secure environment. Make sure that you've got control over your RPC node. It's not available to the public. You certainly could run with a third-party provider. You just want to know that they've secured your node for you, and that it's not just an open shared node. So, any questions? No? Okay. All right. We'll keep going. The requirements, pretty basic. The Neon EVM proxy itself just requires 4 cores, 16 gig of memory. That's not a lot, right? By today's standards, that's pretty manageable. The RPC node, on the other hand, there's a significant requirement. And on the Solana website, if you've seen the recommendations for running a validator or for running an RPC node, it'll say 128 gig. That's too small. You need more. 256 gig is what I recommend here. If anybody's been watching testnet recently, testnet is designed to be attacked, by the way. So it's intended to be attacked. And one of the recent attacks, the attacker went after the low RAM nodes. So basically, they were trying to take down any validator with 64 gig of RAM, and they succeeded. So again, thinking defensively, thinking about how to be robust and resistant against an attack. Don't come in thinking that you're going to do a low spec node, that your server needs to be probably up at least 256 gig. I've got it down here. 16 cores minimum. AMD EPYC has been performing the best for us. And in particular, moving on to Gen 3, the new stuff that's just hitting the market right now. Big performance improvements. You can get by with AMD Gen 2 without too much of an issue. But if you have access to Gen 3, go for it. And some of the technical things to think about is you want to be able to isolate processes on certain cores. And the Solana proof of history runs a process. If you're not familiar with proof of history, it's the magic that makes Solana what it is. It's the magic that makes Solana fast. And it's how the validators are able to keep everything in sync between the nodes, how we know that one transaction actually arrived before another transaction. And that particular process requires its own core. So you'll need to know that you've got the Linux admin skills to be able to isolate cores to certain processes and move things around on the CPU. The other things to know about is you'll be managing things with Nfts, which is basically holding it in memory. You're going to use NVMe drives. You are going to replace them every 6 months. Solana eats NVMEs for breakfast, and so I'd suggest having some sort of alerts or notifications that will let you know if you're about to burn out an NVMe, the health check. So my goal with this slide was just to kind of set expectations, right? Don't think that you're going to do this on the cheap. Don't try to do it with an at-home PC, an old gaming PC in your basement or something like that. This is going to take a data center style commitment. So. Oh, great. Awesome. Thank you.
Can I get a hot mic? Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Hey, thanks a lot for explaining anything. I'm taking the time to maybe ask the question, like, why is the Solana RPC node so high in requirement? If you can get like a small hint or like explanation, that will help for further research.
Yeah, great. So a Solana RPC node is a validator, and it has the query layer to service queries that'll be coming in from the Neon proxy. And the validator requirements are very high because you're keeping the entire account state in RAM. And you're processing so many thousands of transactions per second, right? So it really is just the requirements of being a validator are really that high. And then you add on top of that the query component. So does that help? Does that answer? Okay, all right. Awesome, thank you. Let's see, prerequisites, deployer host. I'm going to skip some of this stuff. It might be a little bit too technical for the crowd. What we can do is we can come upstairs if anybody wants to kind of dig deep into this. It does require Ansible. If you're familiar with Ansible, at least the scripts that we've offered. So we have put a couple of scripts out on GitHub that people can use to run Ansible and to be able to spin up a Neon node. Skip through that. I believe I've talked about this already, that we're going to, I recommend dedicated nodes for sure, either your own or working with a third-party provider. You want to know that they're locked down. We've got, these are the URLs right here for the two GitHub repositories that we put out. So on GitHub, if you just search RPC pool, you'll see the listing. And there's two different scripts. Please know that these are not just copy and paste. These are here to kind of show you how it's done. Every system is different. Every environment is different. You will have you will definitely need to customize these things. So let's see. Skip. We're going to do these upstairs if you guys want to. Skip. Deploy, that's the fun part. And then there's some funding things that happen afterwards. Again, super technical. I'm going to skip a little bit of this for now. As far as cost goes, so, okay, let's talk about money, right? Through the Solana server program that the Solana Foundation has, and I should even describe that to people in case you're not familiar with it. The Solana Foundation had incredible foresight to reserve thousands of servers located around the world with major data center providers. And they put real money on the table. They guaranteed payment for thousands of servers, whether or not the ecosystem uses them. It's an amazing program. And so if you're a member of the Solana ecosystem, and if you need a server for Solana, don't use it for Ethereum or anything else, that you can get it from this program. It costs roughly $900 per month, give or take, and that's for the bare metal rental, the bandwidth, and co-location and all that. So depending on whether you do it yourself or if you use a third-party provider like us, you should expect a monthly cost of maybe $1,000 to $2,000 per month to run a Neon node. And then ideally and obviously, you're expecting this to be a profitable venture. and that you're going to make more in EVM fees. So. That's it for the slide part again, and this is a Q&A workshop kind of session. Any other questions? And it can be about anything, to be honest. Running nodes, running validators, running Neon. Go ahead and quiz us, please.
If anyone has questions, I can run over with the mic. So, shy crowd on a Wednesday.
Yeah, okay.
Last day of the conference.
Yeah, hangovers. Yeah. Do you have anything to add? You're going to finish it up? Great.
Yes,
Here we go.
I want. Can you switch to next presentation? Okay.
Who's got
Let's wait some time. Okay. Several words about money matters. I will skip this. Back. Okay. We understand that operators should get profit. So the Neon EVM. The Neon EVM operator executes transaction from user on the Solana cluster, and Neon EVM user pays to Neon EVM operator, and the payment will covers all payments of Neon EVM operator. Let's see how many money requires for transactions. Neon transaction requires to pay to check the signature of Solana, of the Solana signature from Neon operator, the Ethereum signature from user, and there should be the fee to Neon EVM governance. The total price you can see it's 15,000 Lamberts for one transaction. Also, we need to create some accounts on the Solana storage. You can read Solana documentation about rent economics. This is the link to it. We use the first method. We pay rent for 2 years, and such accounts will not be removed from the Solana storage. And on the documentation, you can read how to calculate the total price of 1 byte in Solana storage. Okay, let's next. The Ethereum-like account in Solana storage requires 2 accounts. The first account with Ethereum-like information. It has transaction counter. It has link to SPL token account with balance. And in SPL token account, there is balance to pay for transactions. So the total size of Ethereum-like account is about, you can see the rent cost, you can see. So if sole price is $240, the total price of one Ethereum-like account is about $1. Next. For example, if an application want to deploy its EVM byte code contract to the Solana cluster, we need to create several accounts. First account with Ethereum-like information, with transaction counter, and the SPL token account with balance. We should deploy the contract to the Solana storage and create the storage for information of the contract. One record in our storage requires about 90 bytes. So if we deploy an contract with size about 10 kilobytes, it requires about $24.50 at the current price. The next, if an user transfer simple tokens, the cost will be less than 1 cent. If this transfer will create an account, the price will be $1.30. The next. Currently, the average neon transaction requires about 7 iterations. It's Solana transactions within the neon transaction is executed. The price of this transaction is about 2.5 cents. If this transaction requires to create a new value in the Solana storage, the price will be about 17 cents. Okay, so about operator. Operator can set up the fee for user transaction, and this fee will covers all his fees. In Neon Web3 proxy, you have workers which can execute one transaction in time, and each worker requires to create 2 accounts, each of size 1 to 8 kilobytes. So this is price of these accounts, but this is souls can be returned back to the operator when he wants to shut down his proxy. So it's only reserved price. Okay, for example, if you configure your Neon Web3 proxy with 2 workers and you want to execute 60 TPS, it's a half of Ethereum throughput, and you will set the fee to 10%. You will pay for user transaction about 44 souls, and you will receive about 4 souls as revenue. There is the link to the small document with calculation which you can use to calculate how many money you require to execute transactions.
Hey guys, this is the first time I'm doing this. I'm so sorry, but I'm gonna have to cut you off. But these guys are just going right upstairs. They have a booth upstairs, the Neon Labs booth, and you can go and ask them a whole bunch of questions about the EVM and everything else.
Okay.
Awesome.
Sounds awesome.
Thank you so much. We have
Thank
somebody
you.
that needs to catch a flight because last day of conference.
Yep, thank you.
Round of applause.
Thank you.
All right, so we're moving back into NFTs, everyone's favorite, it seems, on the last day of the conference. So Adi, come on up here. He's going to be talking about NFT mechanics, and you saw him earlier on the panel. Take it away.
Hi, my name's Adi Binari. I'm founder and CEO of a company called Applied Blockchain. We're a team of engineers and we build blockchain applications. We've been doing this since 2015, and we've built a number of high-profile NFT marketplaces. And I'd like to take you through some of the lessons learned and some of the insights we've had from building these. But in general, we're a team of 70 engineers, and if you're working on a project on Solana and you need an engineering team or you need a team to help out, please reach out to me. That's my Telegram handle there as well. Okay, so with NFTs, and I think with blockchain in general, we all get into the details, but I want to just step back a little bit as to the reason why we're doing this, the reason why we have NFTs the way we do on blockchain. So the thing that blockchain brings to the table is group security, right? Group security of the historical record. And we need that for NFTs because they're records of ownership. And the second thing it brings is liquidity. And that's really important because we talk about marketplaces and we see some really dominant marketplaces. But if you're just going to have an asset that's going to be traded in a single marketplace, you don't need a blockchain. Right? So the fact that we can take assets and move them across between different environments and different marketplaces, and also have the asset live beyond the life of the marketplace, that's really quite a key fundamental reason why we have NFTs and why they're successful in the first place. Of course, we have the ERC20 token, which started on Ethereum, and then 721, which led to the fungible token. Cyberpunks, which was the first kind of public NFT, and then CryptoKitties, which followed with, rather than just having images, an NFT which is generated through the smart contract, through some code to actually generate the NFT itself. Now, after we had those initial NFTs, we started getting the marketplaces. And we've got two fundamentally different types of marketplaces across the blockchain, so not necessarily on Solana itself. So on Ethereum, we have Nifty Gateway, which represents one side of the spectrum, which is a custodial marketplace, which means that basically the marketplace itself is holding onto the assets while you have the account with them. And when you buy the NFT itself, the keys are sitting with them, the asset is sitting with them, you're just logging in, and they're doing all of this on your behalf. It's a bit like crypto exchanges, which are not decentralized, which are centralized exchanges. The reason why we have this type of marketplace and why they're really successful is user experience. Right? So I assume everybody in this room and everybody in this conference is a crypto user and knows how to use a wallet. But if you want to go out to the larger community and bring people into this space, it's really, really hard for the average person. If you just say to them, go and buy an NFT, it's going to be pretty tricky for them to install a wallet, to understand what they're doing, and so on. And so, a bit like some of the crypto exchanges, the idea is to let people come in and start playing with this stuff, but a little bit at a distance. Of course, as a technical person, you have to think that this comes with huge risk, right? There's obviously the risk of all the assets that are being held by the exchange, by the keys that are held by the platform, and the cyber risk of those keys being compromised and stolen, and the assets being stolen. So this exists for a user experience reason, but it's probably not the preferred choice in the long run. And then I guess an even more extreme version of that is what we have with NBA Top Shots, for example, which runs on a blockchain which is not really very decentralized at this point, right? And it kind of runs as a walled garden. So it doesn't have the properties of the liquidity that I talked about earlier. And for all intents and purposes, it probably could run on a server, not even on a blockchain at this stage. And most people wouldn't notice the difference. And then the other end of the spectrum, on Ethereum, we have OpenSea, which I'm sure everybody here knows about and has used. This is kind of becoming the eBay for NFTs now. And this is completely non-custodial, which means that every user has to install their own wallet, and the NFTs are allocated to the wallet, which sits on their device. The private key is in their hands, and the marketplace, the exchange itself, does not actually hold any assets and doesn't deal directly with any assets, and that takes away a lot of the risk from the marketplace itself. And this is really where we want to get to. To do that, the users have to use their own wallets, and on Ethereum, obviously, MetaMask is the popular one. And on Solana, we have the Solana marketplaces, Solana being an example, and it works in a similar way to OpenSea, in that to do anything, you can see it says connect wallet to buy. Right? So to do any kind of activity, to send any kind of transaction in, you have to install a wallet, and then you're then taking responsibility, and any assets that are issued directly to you and within your custody. Okay, you can then use those assets outside of this marketplace. And in the case of Solana, we can obviously choose from the different wallets, and Phantom's an example, and we've got a series of wallets which mimic some of the wallets that we have on Ethereum as well. Of course, there's the Metaplex project, which seems to be a fantastic project, which allows us to spin up NFT marketplaces that, again, work in the same way. One of the important things is the token standard, and here it's probably worth pointing out some nuances. On Ethereum, we have the 721, because in Ethereum, we don't really have native tokens, right, apart from ETH itself. So everything has to be defined in a smart contract. On Solana, we get SPL tokens. So these give us the basic asset to deal with. But then we need metadata for the NFT. And the reason why the structure of the NFT metadata is important is so that different marketplaces and wallets can consume this metadata and display the NFT correctly. And so we have a standard that's emerging, or that's emerged, for how to describe the metadata. And it typically points, we have a URL which points to a JSON file, which then contains more of the details, such as the location of the media, location of the image or video or NFT itself. And here's an example of the JSON structure. One important thing that we come across in some of these projects is the blockchain itself is really just storing an ownership record, right? And the media itself can of course be copied. The media is just digital media that can be replicated. But where does it sit when you buy it? And in most cases, it's hosted either by the marketplace itself or it's hosted on a regular web server somewhere. And the danger with that is that people think that they're buying this NFT that they will have forever, and as I said at the beginning, lives beyond the life of any marketplace and lives outside of that. But actually, if the server that's hosting your image goes down and you haven't downloaded it, then you potentially lost your image. And so we have decentralized file storage solutions such as IPFS, which can be used to distribute and decentralize storage of the media. Right? And add some of the resilience to the media itself, to the media itself, and not just to the record, which is on the blockchain. A project that I think is interesting in its own right. I don't know if any of you came across this one. Was a project by the artist Damien Hirst. So Damien Hirst is a very well-known UK modern artist, and is probably one of the top 3 artists in the UK. Traditional modern art, well, you can say traditional modern, but regular physical modern art. And he issued the currency project at the end of July. Now, the interesting thing about what he did here, he created 10,000 physical paintings. Right? Now, the paintings look like this. They're colored dots on a bit of paper. But there are 10,000 of these, and they're all unique. Each one has a phrase on the back of the painting, which is this phrase here, and a unique number, and something that looks like Damien Hirst's face on a note. Now, the interesting thing is that he took the physical paintings, put them in a vault, and those paintings sit in the vault, and at the same time issued NFTs where each NFT represents one of the paintings in the vault. So you buy the NFT, that gives you the right to come back later and claim one of the paintings that's sitting in a vault and have it sent to your home. The drop happened at the end of July, and let's say that before the NFTs, Damien Hirst was selling his paintings in this way. So there was a drop that he did for about 2,000 paintings a few months earlier, which he sold for, I think they were about $3,000 each, and he sold a few thousand of them, and as an artist, he made a lot of money, but after the drop, that was it. What happened here, because these are NFTs, is the next day, the secondary market kicked in. Right? Anybody who'd bought their NFT could start selling them. And the NFTs was originally sold for $2,000, and within a couple of weeks, they were up to $70,000 on average. Right? So all of the secondary market activity that we all know and love in the NFT space was brought here to these physical paintings. And for the artist, this is obviously additional revenue. So he made the money that he made on the initial physical drop, or the initial drop, the primary drop. But here now he's got this secondary market, and there's been $70 million worth of sales in a couple of months that have followed, and the marketplace gets 5% of that, and the artist gets a chunk of that. So the artist now has an ongoing revenue stream, a real substantial revenue stream from the secondary market for these paintings. A few lessons or just things to take away from those, and also from other common misconceptions that we get. So I talked in this one about the physical paintings, right, which is quite unusual for an NFT. But we get a lot of people come along and they say, right, I've got a really valuable, I've got a Picasso, and I want to create an NFT that will go with it that will show the provenance and prove the provenance of the Picasso. So for us, that's complete nonsense, because the Picasso can move around and the NFT can move around, and they can be completely unrelated, and there's no way that one is going to prove the provenance of the other. Right? I could have an NFT that stays in my wallet, and I've given the painting over to someone else over there, and the NFT still says it's with me. So actually just having an NFT that sits alongside a physical asset, I think is completely meaningless. Right? But what you can do, and what you should do, is lock up one of them so the other can be traded. So only one of the physical or digital is actually liquid at any one point in time. Right? And that's what we did on the Henny project. And that's how I think these should be handled. If you know that the physical is locked up somewhere, then the NFT can spin around and be bought and sold. If the NFT, and this is what happened on the Damien Hirst project, if the NFT is exchanged for the physical, the NFT gets burnt. right? So then the physical is out there. You can no longer track it because it's not held in the vault anymore. So now the NFT ceases to exist. And actually, the project did the same thing the other way around. So if after 12 months, people have got NFTs and they haven't claimed the physical painting, they're going to burn the physical painting, right? And that's so that only one of them remains in circulation, and the NFT will continue to be traded, but the two can't coexist outside of the vault. Okay? So the physical and digital cannot be liquid at the same time. And attaching, as I said, an NFT to prove authenticity of a physical item doesn't really work as most people imagine. And also, even just in the digital world, assuming that just because you've got an NFT and it's got a certain name and image associated with it, doesn't mean it's real either. Right? So in Ethereum, you can create an ERC-721 token that has the same name and attributes as another ERC-721. Each one is technically a unique item, but actually they can both be called the same thing. Right? And how would you know the difference? So people make assumptions that just because the token itself is unique, that actually you can't find another one with the same attributes, but that's not true. So you have to know who issued it and who signed it and know that that address is correct. And an example of this all going wrong was on Banksy's website. Somebody hacked the website and added a page which had an NFT of Banksy NFT for sale. And people signed up for this, and somebody paid £244,000 for the NFT, and it was all nonsense because it was a fake page, it was a fake NFT, it has nothing to do with Banksy at all. So he got an NFT that said Banksy on it. He'd actually bought it from the official website, and still it wasn't real. So there's due diligence that has to happen on these NFTs, and people can be a bit naive and make incorrect assumptions about them. The other thing to be wary of is token bridges. So what starts in Solana can stay in Solana, but when it needs to come off Solana, things can get complicated, right? And the bridges that we have today, there's a certain level of trust associated with those bridges because they generally tend to burn assets on one side and mint them on the other, and you have to trust that that's done correctly. And then if you're on the second blockchain, where you've got a wrapped version of the original asset, how do you know that it's actually like a real, underneath it, the wrapped thing is a wrapped, it's the real thing wrapped, right? It could be a fake thing that's wrapped. And it's even harder to trace because you're not on the original blockchain anymore, so you don't even have the original issuance information. So you have to go back and verify this stuff, right? You have to see the traceability, you have to go to both chains and see that the assets are connected and that the original asset on the original chain is the real one. And in Wormhole, which is a bridge for Solana, you can see there's actually a tool for verifying the origin of an NFT. Another consideration in NFT marketplaces is payment. So on the far right, we have obviously payment through crypto, and that's obvious and easy. But again, if you want to have more people interact with this and you want to be able to enable fiat payment as well, then it all gets a little bit complicated, and you need to enable on-off ramps, and you need to know when things are paid before you can let the transaction through and settled and not reversed and so on. So there's quite a lot of considerations if you're accepting non-crypto payment. It's not trivial. And stablecoins can help with that. So stablecoins as just Circle give you an on-off ramp and then issue the USDC. And you can take that USDC and accept that into your swaps contract before your NFT is issued or sold. In other words, you know that the money's there and been paid in the same way as you would with crypto. The smart contract will act as the swap contract will act as an escrow and not send the NFT until the payment has received on the blockchain in a way that the blockchain can consume it. So it's a great feature that we get now with the stable coins as well, and the on-off ramps that are attached to them. Another interesting piece is the royalties. This was touched on the panel I was on earlier. A lot of artists just assume they've read somewhere that with all NFTs, the artist always gets paid, right? The NFT goes on being sold, as I described in the Damien Hirst project, and the artist can still continue to get royalties. In practice, in almost all NFTs, even if they implement this, it's voluntary, right? It's optional. So there's an option for the buyer, the swap, to actually make a payout to the artist. It's not actually enforced in most NFTs. And what happens in practice is that the marketplaces adopt it and implement it in their marketplace. So if you do it on OpenSea, and there's an agreement with OpenSea to pay a commission to the artist, they'll honor that. But if it's traded outside of there, then actually in most cases, it isn't enforced. I mean, even in the standard, you can see this is a standard that's being put forward on Ethereum, and it's voluntary. The reason why these are being made voluntary is because when you've got the asset in your wallet, you might want to move it around and not necessarily as part of a sale. So I might have a number of wallets, I might want to move it around to myself, I might even want to gift it to someone. And that's not a sale, and then the artist shouldn't be getting a commission on that. There's technical ways around that with a price of 0 and just dealing with it, but for some reason it's not been followed in most of the NFT implementations that we've seen. And of course, we have the meeting of NFTs and DeFi. So you've got your artwork now. The artwork has been traded on the blockchain for a while, and the contract can see that the NFT has value. So why not put it up for financing through a DeFi contract that can understand its price on the blockchain, and then offer collateral, use the NFT as collateral, and offer a loan on the basis of that. So that's obviously super exciting and kind of makes a lot of sense on the blockchain, and we're seeing more and more of this type of activity. And that was it. Those were the main points and learnings that I wanted to present. So that's a Telegram handle. Please reach out to me afterwards if you've got any questions. Okay.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Adi. All right, hang tight. We've got 2 more sessions, and then we're going to a break. So thank you all for sticking around. Our next session, we have Leon Lee from Only One, and he's going to be talking about the marriage between NFTs and DeFi. So right along with that other one. Leon, come on up.
Hi everyone, this is Leon, founder of Only One, and guess what? Today we're talking about social media. I'm willing to bet that every one of us here use social media one form or another, since the early days of Facebook to today with TikTok, Discord, whatever that may be. And just a quick show of hands, how many anonymous influencers are here with us in this room? There's actually one. You know, this is exactly what we expect, even if we have a full room of them, you know, because people do want to stay anonymous. And that's kind of the theme of today. So before we begin, I just kind of want to give you a quick intro to who I am. And so this is me. A few years ago, an honorable genetic engineer at Imperial College hacking away at my first biotech startup. And this is me now, a degen. And NFT happened, right? So I got into this space around 2016-17 and been super interested in this since the early days. You know, invested in a few ICOs, got wrecked a few times, but kind of just been waiting for an opportunity to build something in this space that's meaningful and also very interesting to myself. And as we all know, NFT market has been booming since earlier last year. I think the sales volume on Rarible and OpenSea went up by at least thousands and thousands of %. And this is where it might sound ironic, but personally, I actually am seeing somewhat of a micro bear market for NFTs, and here's why. Every day there's like 10s and 20s, maybe 30 different NFT drops. I feel like the technology of NFT is generally being misused, right? NFT as pure collectibles, I think is going to have a slowdown. And the future of NFT, I think, is going to be heavily utility driven, meaning the NFT should serve as a feature within a wider product rather than being the product in itself, right? So we're already seeing this trend happening with GameFi. A lot of us are super hyped. Probably most of us are invested into Axie Infinity or something similar. And I think this trend is only going to grow. And NFT as a digital unique identifier can really serve a feature inside many other industries and not just in gaming. And one of the things that we are trying to look for of application for NFT is in the social space. Social space is one that is inseparable from creators, content, and community. So, like many of you, my childhood is literally archived in Facebook. Like, it was a very different place. It was beautiful. People share different photos of yourself in school. You talk to your friends. You hang out. You remember their birthday with Facebook. And now it's like a political wasteland. You go to Facebook. You see all these talks about politics, encouragement of various types of hate speech, and you get all these different types of problems on traditional social media. And two of the problems that we do like to highlight, and I think these are the main problem of centralized social media. One is an unfair creator economy. So what is creator economy? It's the incentivization structure of user-generated content. And that is the key to everything of a social media, because everyone is basically incentivized to do certain things on social media. And content creators these days are being vastly undercompensated. As a YouTuber, for example, there are a lot of things you cannot say, and you cannot do certain things, otherwise you're going to get demonetized on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, whatever that may be. You do have to rely heavily on third parties in order to monetize. Like, you have to go through affiliate link sale, merchandise, paid shout-outs, sponsorships, all that good stuff just to make a quick buck. And for some of them, this is their full-time job. And the second main problem is censorship and authoritarian control. My family came from China, so trust me when I say there's a lot of things you cannot say in China on social media, especially now with their social score system. And also the way the platform designed their algorithm is really to prioritize their own commercialization structure. So what we see, because of the algorithm, heavily dictates how we behave as consumers, and also it heavily affects our political stance and other view of the society. So just a few examples. Only last year, Twitter got hacked. Some of you might have seen this, but Joe Biden and Barack Obama apparently was asking you for Bitcoin, and you know what? People fell for it, right? I mean, president's asking you for Bitcoin. Why wouldn't you give it to them, right? And and this happened just a couple days ago. #FreeRaj. Raj is not here probably, but he's free now, and I think these are just some of the things that we see quite frequently on social media. So I think the theme here is really about how social media should be governed. Right? The community guideline is being designed by the corporations instead of the community. And even Mark Zuckerberg himself, our esteemed overlord, he's saying it's not sustainable over time for one person, even one company's operation, to be making so many decisions, balancing free expression of safety at this scale. So it's almost like he's hinting that we should transition into a DAO management structure for a social media platform. And this is something that has been a trend in the crypto community as well. Decentralized social media hasn't been a new idea today. It's been around for many years, and the two main things that decentralized social media is all about is really about, number one, a decentralized creator economy. On a social platform like Facebook, advertisers pay the platform for users' attention, your attention. And for a decentralized social media platform, the users should get paid by the platform for their attention and activities on the platform, right? And the second thing that's very important is the DAO governance feature that promotes safety and also freedom to be yourself on social media. And I think this is another trend that we're seeing as well. It's a big reason why a lot of us are on Twitter with a NFT profile picture and just kind of want to be yourself, say what you want to say, and not get worried about any repercussions, right? So the math is simple. We want to create a system where creators' activity can turn into income directly, because this is ultimately how the incentivization structure should be. And here's our take on it. There's been historically different ways different platforms have been doing creator economy. For example, back in 2016-17, there's been platforms like Mithril, Gifto, Steemit. Most of them revolve around giving content creators their native token for creating quality content. Now that system, didn't work out over a long run because it was very inflationary, and then we're seeing the advent of social tokens, right? And which has been the hype earlier with things like BitCloud, Roll, Rally, User, and I think that's a brilliant model because it decouples the inflationary aspect with the actual rewarding of the social content creators. But here's our take on it. We want to do something called creator staking pool. And something called Genesis Nft, let me explain. So every content creator on Only One is going to have their own staking pool. And the APY for those staking pool is going to correlate with how active they are on other social platforms. And basically, their fan base would want to stake tokens in these creators' pool in order to earn that APY. And the content creator would also earn a very small percentage of the total value locked from those pools. So this is a way we create a formula where the content creator will earn more as he becomes more active. And what the Genesis NFT is, basically every content creator only has one NFT. And this NFT has special access to that creator. So say you're a top trader, you can say, whoever owns my Genesis NFT, I'll be your mentor in trading. And this holder will also earn a very small percentage of the total value locked in that creator's staking pool as well. So this is kind of our take on combining NFT and DeFi in order to create a new method of creator economy. Just a quick demo as well. So fans can support creators on a very simple discovery dashboard, and you can sort them by the APY, or maybe you can search for them because you know who you're looking for. And ultimately, it's a social platform, right? And I think the industry is getting to a stage where more and more mainstream users are trying to come in. And one of the biggest barriers for user adoption in the mainstream market is really user experience. So we tried our best to design this so that it feels and looks like any social platform that you are typically using, such as Facebook. But if you look closely, there are a few things here that still stand out as a web-free application, such as you're logging in with your Phantom wallet, and that means you're anonymous. And to become a creator, you have to go through a proxy KYC, probably through Twitter, by posting a unique code. And that way we know you are indeed who you are. And finally, there's also some hottest pools, staking pool recommendations on the bottom right. We also have an NFT sale, Launchpad and Marketplace. So we just completed our own governance NFT sale just a few weeks back. And we sold around 10,000 copies. So this is also going to be a launchpad for the future where we allow our content creators to launch their own collection of NFTs on the platform that goes alongside with their social activities. And so here's a quick 1-minute teaser.
Only One is the first ever NFT-powered social platform where you can connect with your favorite creators, and where the NFTs you bought from creators can generate you passive income. Here's how it works. Only One allows you to get access to exclusive content and stake like tokens in your favorite content creators pool. Remember, the APY changes according to the creator's activities. Only One's NFT marketplace enables you to invest and trade NFTs easily and securely. You can buy Genesis NFTs. These are unique. This makes you the owner of the creator's pool and allows you to split the APY from the total value locked in the creator's staking pool. Build unique relationships with content creators using Only One's exclusive chat, where you pledge like tokens with your message, and the creator only receives if they respond. How about hop on a Zoom call with your favorite trader to learn their latest trading tips? Or even a cup of coffee with your favorite artist? Who knows? Connect with your favorite creators in a unique way and start trading NFTs on Only One. Sign up now at onlyone.io.
Right. So before we close, we just want to say the future of social is web-free, to quote Solana from yesterday. And I think now is a better time than ever for a decentralized social platform for two main reasons. Number one is NFT has become the vehicle to penetrate the mainstream market. And many people are starting to really connect with cryptocurrency through these artwork and these subcultures. And the second main reason is also finally we have something like Solana, a layer 1 solution that actually gives us that scalability that any social platform really needs. We already have a few content creators on the platform to try out this vision and also to be our beta testers. That includes Box Mining, Cryptos R Us, Cryptonauts, which you might have seen. That's Tina. Hey, Tina. Yeah, so she's on the platform as well. I'll talk to you later. And yeah, so I guess we'd love to see you guys on the platform. If you want to join as a content creator, do swipe this QR code. And thank you so much for your attention today. And I guess enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leon. All right, one more NFT session. We are going to bring up a representative from Unity. Come on up. This is the last session before the break. And again, an NFT session. Here you go.
Okay, here we go. Hi, my name is Vuk Krivoshia. I'm the chief architect at AllArt, and I'm here to talk a little bit more about our Unity wallet. We started creating a wallet at the Salon hackathon earlier this year, and because we needed a way to implement trading of the NFTs with embedded licenses in our VR application. After that, we decided to make it open source so that anyone can just get it, plug it into his project, and have a head start into the Solana blockchain development. Here we have a little demo of the implementation of the wallet. Just a little bit more here. It imports like any Unity package with Package Manager. You can just download it from our Git page, or you can host it on your NPM and simply plug it in. Here, just bear with me, I'm here. You can then import the sample scene with already pre-set up small interface where you can create or restore your wallet with the key phrase. And there we go. Here we have a peak of gameplay and innovation, but we cannot play it without token. Here we buy. Oh, something went wrong. Really? Really? Great. It's a great start. I guess that's the internet problem. Okay, let's try again. Okay. Yep, something went wrong. Okay. Let's talk about the wallet then. Just give me a second. Here. It has pretty basic functionalities any wallet should have. You can receive souls, tokens, everything, or airdrop yourself some. You can send souls, but I need to jump to another wallet to show you a new feature. We have implemented NFT support. But I guess the internet is dead. We have implemented NFT support with the Metaplex metadata and the NFT Pro. So now you can implement NFTs into your game any way you want, as an inventory item, as an you can even treat NFT as a way of buying and selling in-app content or even DLCs. The demo was gonna demonstrate that, but I guess the internet is, something is wrong with this. Oh yeah, my search, so see, there we go. Yeah, the internet is okay, something is wrong. Great, I like this a lot. So we are developing Unity Wallet alongside our other in-house projects. The only and as we develop the wallet, so the community will have access to all the new features we are developing for us. Let's try restarting the project. Maybe that works. Turn it on and off. Yeah. That usually does the trick. Does anybody have a question while we wait? Or no? Okay. Yeah. I'm terribly sorry. I'm not really versed in public speaking, so bear with my anxiety. Okay. Maybe this will work. Okay. Maybe, maybe not.
If anybody has a question, I do have the microphone, obviously, so I can come around and hand it up.
There we go. It's working now.
Yes. Woo. Perfect.
Okay.
Demos are always.
This is a simple implementation. You can buy tokens that will allow you to play this masterpiece of a game. You can. Let's just die here. Yeah. Great. As you can see, with the basic wallet, your beautiful DLC was locked. Now that we have this NFT representing our DLC, it is unlocked. It's another masterful piece of gameplay innovation. Opa, I need a token. Then you can just NFT click some NFTs and then sell them for an airdrop. We tried to make Unity Wallet as simple to implement as anything. You simply need to add one component to your scene. You can, like here, extend it. But there you will find all the necessary features you need for any wallet to get accounts tokens to supply. You can get NFTs, connection to the RPC. You can transfer tokens. You can also extend further as you need more features. So that's basically it. You simply need to import it, add a component, and start developing. And maybe wait for other features that are coming along. What else? Did I forget about anything? Yeah. For any questions later after this panel, or you can always contact me or part of the team to give you support.
We do have one question over here. Sorry.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hello. With mobile developments, are Apple likely to allow NFT transactions?
Well, that's a tricky question. There's a lot of problem with general app markets and game markets and custom in-game stores. That depends how it will be treated. Steam recently forbid NFT games on their markets, but the Epic welcomed everyone. I don't really know what will happen with the Apple and the mobile markets, but I think the Google store is pretty liberal about anything, so that is still up to the debate.
Any other questions out there?
Nope.
I'm going to come over there.
Does your wallet support unlockable content for bloggers and writers?
Unlockable content. Well, you can always implement it with in any way you like. If you want an NFT to represent said content, you can always check the user's wallet, check for the check for the creator, check for the. If you're using NFT Pro, you can always check the collection. If the NFTs that are representing unlockable content are minted with the collection. So you can implement it like that.
We've got time for one more, if anybody has a question. Okay.
Great.
I don't have a question. I just want to tell them that this all things will be available actually next week when we publish them on GitHub. This new version with the NFT support. Yeah.
Well, already said. So there's no need for me. Yeah, everything related to the Unity wallet will be published on the public repos of AllArt. So you can always check there, go through the code there, and start developing further.
Awesome, great. Thank you so much. That was actually awesome. I like the little Galaga-looking game, so I'm going to go play that. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, it is now time for a break and for lunch. That was a full morning packed with NFT content, so hope you got what you wanted. When we come back from the break, that'll be at 1:30, just FYI, and it'll be a security intensive, so about 3 hours long. It'll be pretty interactive, so make sure you have your computers, and yeah, off you go. All right, we are back last session for the day, and it's a pretty big one. We have a 3-hour security intensive. This is a hands-on Solana security workshop presented by Neodyme. We have Thomas and Ilias over here who are going to run you through a 20 to 30-minute presentation. And then basically, computers out, the Neodyme guys who are all in the same matching shirts, that's how you know it's them, will come around and help you with the security intensive. And then just in case you haven't seen, there's plugs throughout all of these rows. And so plug your computers in, because I think it's going to be pretty hard on your computers as well. And they will also be handing out a piece of paper after the presentation, so wait around for that. I think that's it. Without further ado, Thomas, Ilias, come on up.
Hello? Oh, hi everyone. Can you see everything? Nice. We are Neodyme, and this is Think Like an Attacker. About us. There we go. I'm Ilias, he is Thomas. We're co-founders of Neodyme, and we've prepared this security intensive because there's a need for Solana security. We thought about how we could best teach people security, and we think it's not a 3-hour presentation. So that's why we got this kind of split workshop where we'll have a 20-minute presentation and then give you 2.5 hours of just solving challenges. What's thinking like an attacker? Well, obviously, it's being an attacker, but also for devs, it's how you think about your own code so that you can anticipate vulnerabilities before you even make them. And we think that's important for all the devs to have, but it's also relevant for auditors and security people for obvious reasons. There are a few ways to get to this mindset. And CTFs are one pretty nice one. For those of you who don't know about them, it's basically capture the flag where you have interactive hacking challenges. And that's how Neodyme got formed. And we're all basically CTF people. We like to hack things in our free time. So we thought, why not just bring that format to Solana and get people hacking stuff so that they know how security works. There you go. We could just give you a list of common bugs. And actually, we did that. You can find it on our blog. But if you want to have actual security hands-on experience. We'll be giving you guys access to some remote servers and also dev environments, so you can have a look at some of our challenges and try to solve them. Is this broken? That's a question we have to ask ourselves many times, every time we audit some contract. And the question is actually the wrong question. It should be, how do I break this? Because in our experience, you can usually break everything. It's just a matter of like dedication and putting in the time and trying to break it. So whenever you look at your own code, it shouldn't be, did I put in a vulnerability? It's, how far would an attacker go to break my contract? That's something you should always keep in mind, and just don't forget that. It's always possible to break something. And one big issue, especially with devs, is it's not super easy to get rid of the biases you already have. When you look at a piece of code, you usually think, well, this is what it does because I wrote it and it does that. But in practice, it usually, it sometimes does something different. And that's something you definitely need to get rid of. So the first thing we would ask you to do is, when you're doing the challenges and you feel stuck, maybe grab someone else who has different biases and then try to see if you can maybe come up with some idea or spot what you guys are missing to help each other out. This is one important security concept, basically tracing user input. When we look at a piece of code, we usually don't look at it in terms of, this is a function and it does X, Y. We look at the function and then we think of, OK, this is user input. This is what we control. How can we use this to break the control flow? In security, there are a bunch of fancy words for that. There's a concept called sinks and sources, where the idea is that the source is basically any attacker-controlled data, and then the sink is any critical thing that could happen. It might be a sensitive function like invoke signed in the case of Solana, or it might be something like a mem copy in low-level C code, or something that does, I don't know, some transaction in a web application. The important part is, whenever you look at a piece of code, you should think of, I am an attacker, I control this part, how do I use this part to make it do something that I want it to do? Solana basics for attackers. This won't be a comprehensive Solana guide. We'll just go over the parts that are important for us as attackers. So we're already assuming you know the basics of Solana, just like the very basics. Solana's main concept are accounts. That's the main primitive you get. That's how you interact with stuff. There are accounts, and they have stuff. That's an account. It has stuff. You can see we removed some things because they're not as important to us. We can start with the first one. That's the key. It's pretty self-explanatory. That's just the public key that identifies the account. Is_signer is an interesting one. That's the flag that indicates if an account has signed a transaction, which is obviously a very sensitive thing to do. Lamports. Oh, there we go. Balance. That's basically the balance. One Lamport is like a billion. No, a billion Lamports is one sol. And there are some interesting checks on Lamports. For example, we sometimes have situations where you have a contract where you can somehow modify the Lamports because they do some weird additions where you can maybe overflow stuff. But the runtime actually asserts that the total Lamports haven't changed. That means even if you have a vulnerability that allows you to add arbitrary amounts to the Lamports of some account, they have to come from somewhere. The contract can't just magically make Lamports appear. Data. That's also one very important field, especially for program accounts. It has up to 10 megabytes of mutable storage, can only be written by owner, cannot be resized. That's something they're working on, by the way. And owner. Pay attention to this one. If you don't take anything away from this talk, let it be this. Just this. Check the owner. This is very, 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 very important. Check the owner. The owner is the only one who can write data. And if you don't check the owner, you're dealing with data you can't trust. That's something that's super bad. We found so many loss of funds vulnerabilities because people have just not checked the owner. It's something you definitely need to do. If you're a dev, check the owner. And then executable, that's because the only thing there is in Solana is accounts. So smart contracts are also accounts, and they have that executable bool set to true. At that point, they're read-only and have eBPF code in their data. Transactions, that's you.
All right, that's where I pick off. So we've already learned about accounts. We have a second important concept in Solana that's called the transactions. That's basically how a user will, or an attacker, will interact with the contract, right? But first, short recap of what you've learned so far. Check the owner. This is like a pretty print of how transaction might look like. There are like a lot of ASCII garbage on there. So the garbage you can just ignore, just arbitrary keys and signatures. So a transaction pretty much is just like a recent block hash, where a recent block hash just ensures the transaction like only is valid for like a couple of minutes. If it isn't executed by then, the transaction is just invalid and anybody can just delete it. Then we've got the signatures. Signatures are like really important. These are like the pieces of information which verify that one of the keys has actually seen the transaction and signed it. The signatures here are the same one as specified in the accounts, but you can obviously have a lot more accounts than signatures. In these accounts, the first account always is the fee payer, and all of these accounts, they have rights or like permissions. Like these are printed similar to how you'd see on Linux. Like the S means it's a signer, R means the account is readable, W is writable, and then you have X for executable. So in this case, you have like two signature accounts, the same one we've seen before. You have like all accounts are always readable. You have a bunch of writable accounts, and then the wallet account is the bottom one that's an executable account. So these are like, in one transaction, you always have like this one set of accounts. And then you have an instruction. One transaction might contain one or multiple instructions. And like these instructions here calls the wallet program and passes the wallet program a subset of the accounts which are contained in the transaction. You don't have to pass all the accounts. You don't have to pass them in the exact same order, so they're reordered a bit. But they're in there. So these are all the accounts the program will be able to access. And then you've also got like this data array. This is just like some untrusted, arbitrary data, mostly a serialized struct with, for example, Borsch, which the user just specifies to execute the contract. So, okay, we now have all the basics we need. So this is everything you need to know about Solana for attacking smart contracts. Because with this knowledge, you can just go into VS Code, go to definition a whole bunch, and every code, every check you will find will basically be there. And now I will show you a bit of how we would approach one of these smart contracts. We've prepared 5 smart contracts today. If you get through all of them, very well done. We don't expect that to happen. We will talk about level 0 right now. So level 0 is like a fairly easy bug we've also seen quite often in the wild. And I want to show you how we, or I, would approach looking at such a contract. So now in VS Code, you see I have like this level 0 folder, which contains the program. So cargo toml, as usual, we have a lib and a processor. So first thing we do, okay, we have a smart contract. We don't know anything. We don't know what it does. We haven't gotten some docs because the developers are like in the time rush. They have to get time to market, no time to document anything, right? So what do you do? First thing, contracts always have entry points. If I, as a user or an attacker, interact with the contract, I execute like some instruction. And this is the first thing I always go look for. So these are usually, as it is over here, defined in the librs, where you got like some enum that contains all instructions. And luckily for us, we even have some comments here, right? So we can look at, okay, the contract we're currently looking at seems to be like some kind of personal savings wallet. It has an initialize, it has a deposit, it has a withdraw. We already know, like, okay, all the accounts here, they're like named what they should be, but that's arbitrary, that's user controlled. Maybe we can do something interesting. And also the amounts are like fully user controlled. Okay, so contract seems to store money. We want to get at the money. Let's see. What does it actually do? Like in this function, we have get wallet address, whatever, some helper functions. We have functions which like return instructions. These are just helper functions. We don't care about all that, right? That's just that's helper functions. User is going to use them, but we as attackers don't care. We want to know like what the contract is actually doing with the money. So we then start to look at the entry point, because like the entry point is the first thing the contract actually calls, and the entry point in here will deserialize all of our instruction data. This is like the extra data field we passed in the instruction. And then it looks at, do we want to initialize, deposit, or withdraw? And then we have these three functions. And this is basically the whole attack surface of the program. Everything else has to be called from inside one of these three functions. So for now, I can just like limit my scope, think about only these functions, and look at what they do. We have the initialize function. Probably just like initializes our wallet, I guess. We can look at, okay, we have, starts with getting accounts. That's just usual how programs look. These are user controlled, whatever. We can always see, okay, program address. Program addresses are always interesting because that's something the program can sign with. So it's always like important to keep like track of what they are. Do they use any seeds? In this case, the seed is the authority info, just something to keep in mind. Then we can further take a look and see, okay, we have some results, maybe later interesting. Invoke signed. Invoke signed is directly, okay, that might be dangerous, because here we are applying a signature which hasn't existed before. So we have to look carefully at what is it doing, maybe something wonky. But here we can see it's just system instruction create account. And this is just like, it's instruction for the system account. It can't really do much. The program is all checked inside. So any seeds we apply here, they're not going to be able to be abused. So we can then check off, okay, invoke signed is fine. Down here, invoke signed as well, fine as well. Then we go to, okay, we are now creating like the actual wallet, the structure. And now it's important to take a note at what does the wallet do? The wallet consists of two parts. It consists of the authority, and it consists of the vault. So authority, just like guessing, likely something we need to access the vault. And the vault is basically where we store money. Just like guessing from the variable names here. We could like go look at everything here, but just like, why do that? We can just guess, and if the guess turns out wrong, we'll see that later, and we're quicker that way. And then we go ahead and serialize the wallet data into the wallet info account. That's an account we pass at the beginning. Okay, so what we've learned before, we can only write into accounts when we're the owner. So the wallet info has to be owned by the level 0 contract we see here. Okay, but that's like nothing much happening here. There's no money touched. It's quite boring. Then we see deposit. Deposit, that actually touches money. Like same structure as before. We like even look at the wallet. We look at some accounts, whatever. We see transfer. But in this case, it's only an invoke. So like only the signatures we already have on the transactions will be passed on. These transfer instructions will not be able to do anything except for what we allow it to do. And as an attacker, we really can't do much with that. So not really that interested in deposit either. And then we get to withdraw. Withdraw, same structure again, like some accounts, some wallets. We have some asserts, I mean, fine. We seem to have like some kind of check that we don't spend too much money. I mean, I guess that's fine. Probably like some overflow checks. And then we just go ahead and have like vault info and subtract some amount. And from the destination info, we add some amount. And this is really interesting, right? So this is the point where we would be able to get money. This is like somewhere, destination info is fully controlled. It just comes directly from the input. So if we were able to like reach here, down here, with like an amount greater than 0, we would just be able to get money. Now we need to make sure how is this protected. So now I go backwards through the function and just see what checks are there. And then we've already established, okay, amount has to be larger than vault info lamports. Well, that makes a lot of sense because like we won't be able, the runtime won't let us just magically create money, so the vault has to have enough to subtract the amount. Fine, but we are attacking a vault of somebody else, right? So the vault of somebody else will have money. That's not a problem. Then we have a bunch of certs. So the first cert, authority info, is signer. I mean, sure, that's something we expect. The authority owner will have to sign. If it wouldn't, this thing would be broken. Then we see, okay, wallet. The wallet is deserialized from the wallet info account, the one we've written before, and it contains two fields, right? It contains the authority and the vault. And both of them are actually checked here. So we're checking that the authority matches the authority we passed, which in turn has to sign, and we're checking that the vault matches. But like, I'm not sure if you remember what we like repeated a bunch of times a couple of minutes ago. This wallet, it is deserialized from the wallet info. And even though it's called wallet info, there's like no check here. There's nothing that ensures this wallet info is owned by the program. This can be any arbitrary account anybody has created, which has a structure that looks similar to vault and authority. But like, nobody guarantees us that the authority in this account actually belongs to the vault. So this is like the bug we will be exploiting, like in this level 1. Let me see. Play. Right, so the exploit, this is like the usual case, the good case, the case the developer expected. You have a wallet account that's owned by the vault program, and it has an authority and a vault. The authority points to the user's public key, and the vault points to like another contract, another account. It's owned by the system program that just contains all of the money. What we as an attacker can do is we can have an attacker program, which then creates an account, which also has authority and vault, but the vault points to the original, to like the green vault, and not the attacker's vault. But now the attacker will be able to sign with the authority, because like he sets himself as the authority. So we're pretty sure that's going to work. It's quite a simple bug. If you've seen that a lot, it's easy to find. But there are a lot more complicated bugs. Sometimes you're just not sure, is the thing we are thinking about here, will it work? Do I have to like go hunt for all the checks? And it can be really difficult to like actually think through if it's going to work, if it's not going to work. And we as auditors, we don't like going to people and saying, hey, you've got a critical bug there, I can steal all your money. And then it turns out that's not the case. So what we did is we developed a proof of concept framework, which helps us to test out theories. So it's a framework designed to deploy a program, to initialize the program, to initialize accounts, to have like some money available on like your own computer, and then you can interact with a program on your own computer. You don't need to have like a live test net or like a mainnet, because obviously if you're testing exploits, you can't test them on mainnet. And you can't even test them on any public net, because you can't leak what kind of exploits you're doing. So that's what the POC framework is for. And I can also give you a short overview, because you will be using that in just a few minutes, how like the POC framework looks like. And all it does is more or less just one Rust file. And this one Rust file, it's pretty much like a test for like your program. And it sets up everything, and then it hacks it, and then it checks if you've successfully exploited the contract. So let's start at the setup function. So these level 0 to level 4 basically example POC framework files we will provide to you. So everything you see here will already be set up for you. You won't need to like write all of that yourself. Just to like, we only have 3 hours. You can't be expected to learn all of that, just like a custom framework now. But the setup function, what it does is it basically locates the level 0 compiled contract. It gets like a rich boy, which is like a person with a lot of money. It initializes a hacker key pair. It initializes some authorities. And then it initializes a local environment, which is basically like a validator, just like in process. And you can add programs to it. You can add account with lamports to it. You can then execute some transactions on it. In this case, we like initialize the level 0 account. Then we deposit as like the original user. We deposit some money into it. And we return these 2 structs. So the challenge struct is something you will be able to access. That is like all the information contained in there will be available to an attacker. And then we have like this internal thing. This is just like stuff which only would be able to be accessible by the user. So something you could not use in your exploit because like in the real world, you would not have this kind of information. And then we have like in this framework the hack function. And in this hack function, you can then use the local environment and the data you get from the challenge to like implement the exploit I just described. So like you could figure out how much money do you want to steal, like how much money is in the vault. You could set up this fake wallet, which points to the same vault. And then you could use the fake wallet to withdraw all funds and basically be richer. To make it easy for you to see when you succeeded or like in what way you succeeded, we also have implemented a verify function. This verify function always runs after the hack function and tries to basically withdraw all the funds the user originally had. And it tells you if they succeeded or if they didn't succeed. And it also tells you if the hacker's account has a greater balance than before. And the goal always is make the hacker's account have a larger balance than it had at the beginning. Because in that case, you have proven that you've been able to successfully steal some funds out of the contract, right? All right. I don't think it makes much sense to like go into the details of the POC framework right here on stage. It's a lot more sensible for you to like, if you need something here, I mean that's like VS Code. Your instances will have Rust Analyzer installed, or you can also do it locally. You will have syntax highlighting, you will have auto-completion, and there will be docs on the POC framework. So if you need something, just check the docs or ask us, we'll be around. Yeah, so that's it about the POC framework. Yeah, and that's pretty much it for the talk we're giving. Like, the rest of this workshop will be really interactive. So we've prepared our workshop website. That's workshop.neodyme.io. You could just go there now. I think it's live. There will still be some stuff we already talked about in the presentation. It will be repeated there. There will also be like some guides on if you get stuck. There will be some hints on there, but I kind of recommend you don't use these hints. They're really just like there if you really get stuck, and we are like really busy right now. I see a lot of more people have joined, so we'll have to see, but I think it should still be possible really well. We will be providing remote environments, so there's like Google Cloud hosted instances which have already the code on there, which have Visual Studio on there, which have all the extensions installed, and you can just use from your web browser. So even if you don't have like a powerful laptop right now, you can just compile and run and do everything you need from the web browser with the more or less usual Visual Studio Code experience. You can also SSH in these instances and just do whatever you want there. Please only workshop related though. And you can also develop locally. And the guides on how you will do all that, you can find all of these at workshop.neodyme.io. All right. We will be providing some papers. He's holding them up right now. These will be the access credentials for the servers. Like, I'm not sure how many servers we have provisioned right now. We can easily provision more if you need. Shouldn't there be enough? But we'll be going around, and every one of you who like wants access to one of these remote instances because he thinks it makes sense to develop remote, can just head up one of us. Toby's going around, hitting out the papers. That's it for me. I hope you have a lot of fun during this talk and you learn a lot.
Cool, thank you so much. All right, I'm gonna help pass around these papers. I'll do this side. But we're also gonna bring some upstairs, and the Neodyme guys will be coming upstairs as well, so if you need a table. But otherwise, yeah, hack away. Yes? Okay.
All right, everybody, one more small announcement. We've asked them to put power strips down here. I think there are a lot of power strips down here, but there are no tables down here. We've been planning to, upstairs there are tables, there are chairs at the tables. Not many, I'm not sure how many are free right now because of dinner. But feel free, we will be downstairs here, we will be upstairs. If you want to head upstairs to just sit at the table with your laptop, feel free to do so. We will just manage where we are. Okay, and we will something HTTPS redirect.
There's no redirect.
There is no redirect. You will have to access the instances like 50.neodyme.workshop.neodyme.io via HTTPS. You can't just go via HTTP.
Thank you very much. Can I have your attention for a brief moment, please? If you think you've solved any of the contracts, please raise your hand. We would be very interested in your solution. And maybe you get some surprise if you solve one. So just raise your hand if you think you've got them, OK?
Hey, a quick update. If you're using the mixed setup, we have updated the docs. There were a couple of problems because cargo wasn't in the path. We are also working on a setup where you don't require the internet connection because it's currently really slow. Thanks.
So, sorry to interrupt you again. We have two short announcements to do. First of all, the mixed setup is not working that well currently because the internet is a bit wonky and there is some configuration error. But we've created USB sticks with a completely ready Docker build, so you just can run it from the USB stick and it should work on your local machine without any internet connection. So if you need a USB stick, just come to us, we hand you one and support you get it running. And the second thing we want to show you is how it would look like if you solve the level 0 contract. And we have here now, I hope you can see it, it's an instance open, it's on the browser, and here's the POC boilerplate we've created for you, and here's the empty hack function, as said before. And when you're in the browser yet, you can go on the far left, open the terminal, and in the terminal you can paste the build command. The build command is on our workshop site, described on the setup page. You scroll completely down to the page, and there's the cargo build bpf minus workspace. You copy this command, and you paste this in this terminal. And when you hit enter, all smart contracts compile, and all the POCs compile. It just takes a few seconds. And in the meantime, you can already copy the second command. It's for running one of the contracts, for example. So, for example, now we would run the level 0 contract or level 0 POC. And when it finishes, we see the output of the POC. Just takes a few seconds building. Yeah, and now we see the hack was not successful as we did not create an exploit here. But now, for example, we can head over and go to the level 0 solution. And when we now copy the code and fill it in the POC, and now when we rerun the POC with the exploit in it, it should hopefully be successful and we should withdraw the funds. And then this contract would have been hacked and the challenge would have been solved in this case. So let's see if it compiles and if it executes correctly. There we go. As you can see, we now exploited the contract and got a huge amount of SOL more. And this should look like on the other contracts too. So if you successfully take over these contracts and extract the funds or part of the funds, it lights up green and it tells you that you've successfully solved the challenge. So I hope you go on hacking and we see some more solutions from you. Have fun.
Okay, hackers, devs, degens. The Neodyme team is gonna stick around for the next 30 minutes, so you can continue to ask them questions and hack away on what's up here on the screen. I just wanted to let you know that is all the content that is gonna be here at SUD Lisboa. Thank you so much for the last 3 days for being here. And also there's a closing ceremony happening at Estufa Fria. That's gonna be at 5 p.m. and I think it's gonna be Anatoly and Raj. I know we just saw Anatoly leave here, but I think both of them are gonna be speaking, so you should try to head over to Estufa. And then our party is tonight at Patio da Gale. And that starts at 8 p.m. So you definitely want to be there. Boys Noise is going to be there, and I think 3 other artists, DJs. So head on over there at 8 p.m. Otherwise, thank you so much for being here. I've had a lovely 3 days.